Maybe you've been waiting for something for a long time. Not days. Longer than that. Long enough that you've stopped telling people about it. Because explaining the waiting has started to feel exhausting. Long enough that you've had to make a kind of peace with not knowing when or if. The answer is coming. If that's where you are tonight, I want to tell you something before this story begins. There is a moment in the Gospel of John, one of the most specific, most human moments in the entire Bible, where Jesus is told that someone he loves is sick, and he waits. 2 days. He waits on purpose, and the man dies. And when Jesus finally arrives, one of the sisters looks at him and says the thing that most of us have thought but maybe never said out loud. Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. That sentence, if you had been here, that is the prayer of everyone who has ever prayed and felt the answer come too late, too slow, in the wrong form, or not at all. And what happens next? What Jesus does at that tomb, and why the delay was not absence, and what it means that the miracle happened on the 4th day specifically. That is what tonight's story is about. It will not rush past your waiting to get to the miracle. It will sit in the house in Bethany with you first. It will let grief be grief before it lets resurrection be resurrection. And somewhere in the staying with it, in the not hurrying past the hard parts, I think something will find you. Something that has been waiting for the quiet to reach you. So lie down. Let the room be still. And let this story be what it is. There was a village called Bethany, small place, less than 2 miles from Jerusalem, on the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives. The kind of village that doesn't make it into many histories. The kind of place that existed on either side of a main road, where travelers would stop, where people knew each other by name, where the rhythms of daily life were simple and local and unhurried. In that village lived 3 people who were important to Jesus: Lazarus, Mary, Martha. The Gospel of John introduces them with a phrase that deserves to be heard slowly. Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. Just that. No titles. No descriptions of who they were in the social order, or what they had done, or what made them significant. Just that Jesus loved them, specifically, by name. Martha was the one who opened her home, the one who organized things, who made sure there was food and space in order, the kind of woman who expresses love by making sure everyone is taken care of. A little anxious sometimes, maybe a little prone to doing too much, but genuine in her care. Mary was different. The gospel gives us one image of her that says everything. She sat at Jesus' feet and listened, not performing, not organizing, just present, attentive, the kind of person who stills when there is something worth being still for. And Lazarus. We don't get much of his character directly. What we get is the testimony of people who loved him, and the fact that he was loved by the people who loved him, which tells you something real about a person. Jesus loved them, and they loved him. This matters enormously for what comes next, because the miracle in this story is not a miracle performed for strangers. It is not Jesus helping people he didn't know. It is Jesus doing the most painful, most costly, most intimate thing in the presence of people he loved. In the presence of grief that was also his grief. In front of a tomb that held someone he loved. Remember that. When the waiting starts to feel like absence, remember that Jesus loved Lazarus, and that he still waited, and that the waiting was not indifference. It was something else. Something more. We'll get there. But slowly. Tonight. Slowly is the only way. The message that was sent to Jesus was simple. Lord, the one you love is sick. 4 words in the original Greek. Barely a sentence. Notice what the message doesn't say. It doesn't say, please come immediately. It doesn't say, we need you now, today, this hour, or it will be too late. It doesn't say, we have prayed and fasted and done everything we know to do, and nothing is working. It just says, the one you love is sick, as if that should be enough, as if naming who Lazarus was to Jesus, the one you love, was the only argument needed. And it is, actually, it is the most powerful prayer in the whole story. Not the theological language, not the specific request. Just, do you see who this is? Do you see who is suffering? The one you love. When you have run out of words for what you need. When the prayer has gotten so long and so complicated that you can't find the thread of it anymore. There is always this. You know who I am. You know what I'm carrying. The one you love. That is enough. That has always been enough. Let your breath slow. In and out. The one you love. Let that be your prayer tonight if you need one. Just that. The one you love. He hears it. He has always heard it. When Jesus heard the message, he said something that has confused people ever since. This illness does not lead to death. It is for the glory of God, so that the Son of God may be glorified through it. And then, this is the part that matters. He stayed where he was for 2 more days. He didn't go. He heard that the one he loved was sick, and he stayed 2 more days. The gospel is careful to say, now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. So, when he heard that Lazarus was ill, he stayed 2 more days in the place where he was. So, because he loved them, he stayed. This sentence has driven readers to confusion for centuries, because it seems backwards. Because love in our understanding means going to the person who needs you. Love means not waiting. Love means dropping what you're doing and getting there as fast as you can. But Jesus stayed because he loved them. There is something in that worth sitting with for a long time. What does it mean that love can look like delay? What does it mean that the one who loved them completely was the one who didn't come when they called? We will work through this slowly, but let me give you a piece of it now. Something to carry into the rest of the story. The delay was not distance. Jesus was not far from Lazarus in any way that mattered. He knew what was happening. He knew what the outcome would be. He was, in the deepest sense, present to the situation even while being physically absent from it. And he was moving toward them. The 2 days would end. He would go. He always intended to go. But the timing was not theirs. It was his. And his timing, which looked like failure from where Mary and Martha were standing, was actually the setup for something they couldn't have imagined. You can't receive the 4-day miracle if you haven't gone through the 4 days. The waiting is part of the miracle. This doesn't make the waiting easy. It doesn't make the grief less real. It doesn't make the 2 days of not coming hurt less. But it makes them meaningful. The waiting has always been meaningful. Let me tell you what those 2 days were probably like for Mary and Martha. The first day, Lazarus was sick but still alive. They were watching him, caring for him, going back and forth between hope and fear the way you do when someone you love is ill. Hopeful when his color seemed a little better, terrified when it got worse, and underneath everything, the waiting. Would Jesus come? They had sent the message. They knew he had received it. Word traveled in that world, the way all word travels in small communities. They knew he knew, and they kept looking toward the road to Bethany, watching for the figure on the horizon. Nothing. The second day, Lazarus died, and still, No Jesus. The mourning began. In that culture, grief was communal and immediate. People came, the house filled with the presence of neighbors and extended family, and the professional mourners who participated in death. The way they participated in everything important in community life. There was weeping. There was the specific, embodied grief of a culture that didn't privatize death the way ours does. And Mary and Martha were in the middle of all of it, grieving their brother and not understanding why Jesus hadn't come. They had asked. He had not answered. Not in the way they needed. Not in time. This is the honest part of the story that is often rushed past. The grief, the confusion, the not understanding, because we want to get to the miracle. We want to get to Lazarus walking out. We want to get to the part where it all makes sense. But the story doesn't let you rush there. It makes you sit in the house in Bethany with Mary and Martha for 2 days while Lazarus is sick, and then for 4 days after he dies, before Jesus arrives. 6 days of grief and confusion and looking at the road and not seeing what you need to see. The story honors the 6 days. It doesn't skip them. And tonight, if you are in your own version of those 6 days, you don't have to skip them either. The grief is real. The confusion is real. The looking at the road and not seeing what you need is real. And it is honored here. Stay with it for a moment. Before we move to the miracle, stay here, in the house in Bethany, with Mary and Martha, in the grief that is also real. 4 days. When Jesus finally arrived at Bethany, Lazarus had been in the tomb for 4 days. 4 days matters in this story for a reason that would have been immediately clear to a first-century Jewish audience. There was a belief at that time, not in the scriptures themselves, but in popular understanding, that the soul of a person hovered near the body for 3 days after death. That for 3 days there was still a possibility of return, of revival, of the soul finding its way back. But on the 4th day, the soul had departed. The body had begun to decompose. There was no coming back. For days was the language of, "It is over. It is done. It is too late." Jesus arrived on the 4th day. This was not accidental. He didn't arrive on the 2nd day, when revival would have been miraculous but comprehensible. He didn't arrive on the 3rd day, when even the most skeptical would have to concede that something unusual had happened. He arrived on the fourth day, when everyone, including Martha, who was a woman of faith, who believed in resurrection, when everyone had concluded that this particular story was over, Jesus arrives at the fourth day, not because he was delayed, because the fourth day was the point. The miracle he came to do required the fourth day. It required the beyond hope. It required the situation that had moved past the boundary of what anyone thought was possible. Because what Jesus does is not fix situations that are difficult. He raises things that are dead. And for that, you need the fourth day. Let that settle as you breathe, in and out. What in your life has moved past the third day? What has crossed the boundary into what feels like it's over? It's done. This particular story has ended? That is exactly where this story is going. To the fourth day. To the beyond hope. To the place where what Jesus does becomes visible. Because it can only be seen from there. Sleep in that. You are not too late. You have not been forgotten. The arrival is being timed for the fourth day, which requires the fourth day. Hold on to that. Martha heard that Jesus was coming and went out to meet him. Mary stayed in the house. This one detail tells you everything about the two sisters. Martha, always moving, always doing, couldn't stay in the house one moment longer than she had to. She went out. She went to meet him on the road before he even arrived. And when she found him, she said what had been living in her chest for 4 days. Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. Lord, if you had been here, this sentence, let it be what it is, which is not accusation exactly, and not loss of faith exactly, and not anger exactly. It is all of those things mixed together with love. Because you can only say this to someone you trust completely. You can only say if you had been here to someone whose presence you believe would have mattered. Martha believed Jesus could have saved Lazarus. That's in the sentence. The belief is in it. And so is the pain of the not being there. Both things. At once. And then she added something extraordinary. But even now I know that whatever you ask from God, God will give you. Even now. Even at the fourth day. Even in the beyond hope. Even now. This is the faith that persists through confusion. That says, I don't understand why you didn't come. I don't understand why you let this happen. I am genuinely in pain about it. And I still believe. Not instead of the pain. Inside it. Alongside it. With the pain in one hand. And the trust in the other. Even now, there is a version of faith that only works when things are going well. That is faith is moved. It feels like faith when life cooperates, and it disappears when life doesn't. Martha's faith was not that. Her faith was still there at the fourth day, confused and hurting, and refusing to resolve the confusion by simply giving up. Even now, if that is where you are tonight, if you are holding both the confusion and the belief, if you can't fully make peace with what you've been through, but you can't fully give up either, you are in very good company. Martha is right there with you, on the road, before the miracle, holding both. Even now, Jesus said to her, "Your brother will rise again." Martha said, "I know that he will rise again in the resurrection on the last day." She believed in resurrection, but she understood it as a future thing, a someday thing, the far-off theological hope that doesn't help you with the grief in front of you. Many of us believe in future hope, a someday everything will be made right, a final restoration at the end of all things, and it doesn't always help with the now. With the tomb in front of you, with the 4 days. Jesus said, "I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live. And everyone who lives and believes in me shall never die." Do you believe this? He asked her directly, "Do you believe this?" Not, "Can you understand this?" Not, "Does this make the grief easier?" Not, "Does this make sense given what has just happened to your brother?" Do you believe this? Martha said, "Yes, Lord. I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, who is coming into the world." She didn't say, "Yes, and therefore I understand." She didn't say, "Yes, and therefore I'm at peace." She said, "Yes, I believe you are who you say you are." The belief was not the resolution of the grief. It was the foundation underneath it. Faith is not the thing that makes grief go away. It is the thing that holds you while you grieve. Tonight, if you are grieving something, If there is a loss, or a disappointment, or a season that has ended in a way you didn't want, you don't have to choose between the faith and the grief. Martha didn't. She held both. Yes, Lord, I believe, and I am also in pain. Both. Rest in that. You don't have to resolve it tonight. You only have to hold both. Mary was still in the house. Martha went back and said to her quietly, "The teacher is here. He is asking for you." When Mary heard this, she got up quickly and went to him. She fell at his feet. She said the same words her sister had said. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." Same words. Completely different posture. Martha had met Jesus standing, had spoken to him on the road, in motion, in her characteristic way of being, moving, direct, forward. Mary fell at his feet. Same grief, same love, same confusion, same question, different body language. And here's what Jesus does when Mary falls at his feet and speaks those words, the same words he had already heard from Martha, the same sentence that contained both the faith and the pain. He didn't give her a theological explanation. He didn't say, "Your brother will rise." He didn't say, "I am the resurrection and the life." He didn't say, "This is happening for a reason." He looked at her weeping. He looked at the people who had come with her, also weeping, and the Spirit of God moved in him. He was deeply moved in his spirit and greatly troubled. And he said, "Where have you laid him?" They said to him, "Lord, come and see." And Jesus wept. Two words in English, one word in Greek, edakrusin. He wept. The shortest verse in the Bible, the most significant verse in the Bible. Jesus wept, not because he didn't know what he was about to do. He knew. The miracle was already in him. The raising of Lazarus was already decided. He wept anyway, because his friend was dead, because the people he loved were in pain, because grief deserves to be entered, not bypassed, because the proper response to a tomb is weeping, and he did not skip that. He went there first, into the grief, with the people who were grieving. Before the miracle, he wept. This is what love does. It doesn't rush to the fix. It doesn't arrive with the answer before it's acknowledged the pain. It doesn't say, "I know how this ends, so let's skip the weeping." It weeps first with you in the grief, before the stone is rolled away. If you are in pain tonight, if there is something you have lost, or someone, or a version of your life that didn't work out the way you needed it to, this is what is being offered to you. Not the explanation, not the resolution, not even the miracle yet. Just this. He weeps with you. Before he fixes anything, he weeps with you. Let that reach you all the way into the grief you have been carrying. He sees it. He enters it. He weeps. And then the stone. But first, he weeps with you. Rest in that. The people who saw Jesus weep said, "See how he loved him. See how he loved him." They didn't say, "See how powerful he is." They didn't say, "See what he's about to do." They said, "See how he loved him." The measure of love in that moment was not the miracle. It was the tears. The miracle was about power. The tears were about love. And the people recognized the tears as the truer thing. When we are in the middle of our own grief and our own confusion and our own version of watching the road for someone who doesn't come, what we most need to know is not that things will be fixed. It is that we are loved. See how he loved him. See how he loves you. Tonight, in this room, in this dark, with whatever you are carrying, you are loved like that. Not in a distant, theological sense, in the weeping sense, in the specific, present, deeply moved in spirit sense, in the I see your grief and I am not outside it sense. You are loved like that. See how he loves you. Let that be the last thing your mind holds before sleep. Not the question of when the miracle arrives. The certainty of being loved this way. Right now. Before the stone. Before the miracle. In the weeping. You are loved. Sleep. Jesus came to the tomb. It was a cave, and a stone lay against it. Jesus said, "Take away the stone." Martha said, "Lord, by this time there will be an odor. He has been dead 4 days." 4 days. She says it herself. She knows the theology. She knows what 4 days means in her tradition. She knows this is beyond the boundary of what revival looks like. And she says it. directly, without embarrassment. Lord, he's been dead 4 days. There will be an odor. This is one of the most real sentences in the entire New Testament. The most bodily, the most specific, the most uncomfortable to say out loud detail. Martha doesn't spiritualize it. She doesn't soften it. 4 days. There will be an odor. The practical objection of someone who has been tending to grief and is being asked to believe in something that has moved past the boundary of what she can imagine. And Jesus said to her, "Did I not tell you that if you believed you would see the glory of God? Did I not tell you?" He had told her on the road, in the conversation about resurrection. He had made it clear that something was going to happen here. Did I not tell you? You heard the word. You received the promise. You're holding it. Now take away the stone. The stone was taken away, and Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this on account of the people standing around, so that they may believe that you sent me." And then, having wept, and having given thanks, and having stood before a tomb that smelled of death, he cried out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." Not a whisper, not a quiet word, a loud voice, "Come out." The voice that spoke the world into existence, the voice that separated light from darkness, the voice that called the stars by name, that voice calling into a tomb, "Lazarus, come out." And the man who had been dead for 4 days came out, still wrapped in the burial cloths, still bound with strips of linen, his face wrapped in a cloth, alive. Jesus said to them, "Unbind him and let him go." Unbind him. The miracle restored the life, but the people around him, the community, had to do the unbinding, had to unwrap what 4 days of death had wrapped, had to participate in the restoration. Unbind him and let him go. Free. Lazarus was free. Let the weight of that land. The man who had been dead, who had been 4 days in the tomb, who was beyond the boundary of hope, heard his name and came out and was unbound. Sleep in that miracle. Let it reach the parts of you that have been in the tomb, the things you thought were over, the hopes you buried, the parts of yourself that went into the ground with the grief. You are going to hear your name. Not today. Maybe not tonight. But the voice that called Lazarus out of 4 days of death is the same voice that knows yours. And the coming out is real. The unbinding is real. The life on the other side of the tomb is real. Lazarus, come out. Rest in that word tonight. Your name is known. You are not forgotten. The miracle is being timed. And it is real. Let me stay with the weeping for a while, because it is the most important moment in the whole story, and it is the one we most often rush past. Jesus wept. He didn't weep because he didn't know Lazarus would be raised. He knew. He had already told Martha, "Your brother will rise again." He had already said, "This illness does not lead to death." He knew what was coming. He wept anyway, which means the tears were not about the outcome. They were about the moment, about being here, at this tomb, with these people who loved Lazarus and were devastated by his death, about the specific grief of the moment, about the fact that death is real, and grief is real, and the pain of losing someone is real, even when you know that resurrection is also real. He held both, the knowledge of the miracle and the grief of the moment, the certainty of what was coming and the tears for what was present, both at the same time. This is one of the most human things in the entire story of Jesus, and one of the most comforting, because it says something very specific about how God relates to human suffering. He doesn't stand outside it and point toward the resolution. He enters it. He stood at that tomb and felt what Mary felt when she fell at his feet. He felt what the mourners felt when they wept. He was moved, deeply moved. The text says, which in Greek is a word that suggests something almost physical, a shaking or a stirring in the depths, by what was in front of him, not because he had forgotten the miracle, because in that moment, the grief was real and he was present to it. God is present to your grief like that, not standing outside it with the answer, inside it, moved by it, weeping alongside it. Whatever you have lost, tonight, this year, in the long past, that loss was not witnessed from a distance. It was witnessed up close, with tears. Sleep knowing that your grief has not been watched from far away. It has been felt by the one who stood at a tomb and wept before he spoke the word that changed everything. There is a detail in the Lazarus story that is easy to miss. When the people saw Jesus weep, some of them said, "See how he loved him." But others said, "Could not he who opened the eyes of the blind man also have kept this man from dying?" Two responses to the same tears. One group saw love, The other group saw failure. The same event, Jesus weeping at a tomb, interpreted completely differently depending on what lens the person was looking through. The ones who saw love were looking at the relationship, at the grief, at the specific, personal, costly presence of someone who had come to be with people in their pain. The ones who saw failure were looking at what hadn't happened, at the absence of the healing, at the gap between what Jesus was capable of and what had occurred. Both responses make sense. Both are human, but they lead to very different places. The ones who saw love were about to witness a miracle from the posture of someone who trusted the one performing it. The ones who saw failure were about to witness the same miracle from the posture of someone who was already skeptical. Same miracle, different experience of it, depending entirely on what they were looking for in the one standing before them. Tonight, what are you looking for in the one who is present with you? The evidence of failure? The distance? The prayers that didn't get the answer you needed? Or the tears? The specific, personal, I am in this with you presence that weeps before it speaks? Both are real. The prayers that weren't answered the way you needed, that's real. The weeping that preceded the miracle, that's also real. What you look for changes what you're able to receive. Tonight, if you can, look for the tears. They are there. They have always been there. And they mean something. I want to talk about the 4 days again, not just as a detail of the story, as something that might speak directly to where you are. 4 days. In the story, the 4 days are what make the miracle undeniable. If Lazarus had been revived on day 1 or 2, some would have said he wasn't really dead. If he had come back on day 3, the skeptics might still have had a theory. But 4 days, 4 days when everyone, including his own sisters, had accepted that this was over. 4 days was the point of no return. The miracle required the 4 days, not because God couldn't have acted earlier. He could have, because the miracle that was coming was bigger than what earlier would have demonstrated. Jesus didn't come to show that he could prevent death. He came to show that he could reverse it, not healing, raising, not keeping Lazarus from dying, calling him out of the tomb. These are different things. And the second one, the greater one, required the 4 days. Is there something in your life that is at the 4-day mark? Something that has moved past what felt like the point of return? A situation that has been in the tomb long enough that the practical objections have started. By this time, there will be an odor? The story says that is exactly where the greater miracle becomes possible. Not in spite of the 4 days. Because of them, the 4 days created the conditions for the demonstration of something that healing alone could never have shown. Your 4-day situation, whatever it is not evidence that God has abandoned it. It is the very situation in which the greater miracle becomes visible, the one that couldn't be explained away, the one that requires the beyond hope, the one that calls the dead thing back to life. Rest in that. The 4 days are not the end of the story. They are the setup for it. The way the story ends is strange and simple and easy to miss. Jesus said to them, "Unbind him and let him go." After everything, after the 2 days of waiting, and the 4 days in the tomb, and the weeping, and the loud voice, and the miracle, the last instruction is, unbind him. The miracle restored the life, but Lazarus was still wrapped, still bound, still wearing the clothes of death even though he was alive. And Jesus asked the community, the people standing there, the ones who loved him, to unwrap him, to remove what the tomb had put on him, to participate in his freedom. This is an image I carry, the miracle of being alive again, of something coming back to life that was dead, does not automatically remove everything the tomb wrapped around you. Sometimes, after the miracle, there is still the unwrapping to do. The old patterns, the old grief clothes, the habits that formed in the dark seasons, the ways of seeing yourself that belong to the tomb years and not to the alive years. These don't always fall off automatically. They need to be removed by hands that love you, by time, by the slow, deliberate work of letting the community of people around you help remove what the difficult seasons wrapped you in. Unbind him and let him go. If you are alive again, if something that felt dead has come back to life, if you are on the other side of a tomb season, there may still be unwrapping to do, and that is okay. The life came first. The freedom is coming, one strip of linen at a time. Unbind him and let him go. Something about Martha and Mary that I didn't say before. They are so different. And in the story, they approach the same grief, the same Jesus, the same tomb, in completely different ways. Martha, moving, direct, theological, asking questions, standing on the road. Mary, still, falling, weeping, speaking the same words from a different place. Jesus honored both. He gave Martha the theological conversation she needed, the I am the resurrection and the life, the direct engagement with her mind and her questions. He gave Mary his tears, his presence, his moving before he spoke. Same love, different expression, suited to who each person was. There is no right way to grieve. There is no right way to come to Jesus with your pain. Martha stood up. Mary fell down. Both were received. Your way, whatever it is tonight, is received. If you are a Martha, if you come to God with your questions, your theology, your direct engagement, that is received. If you are a Mary, if you come in tears, in falling, in wordless grief, that is also received. If tonight you are somewhere in between, not sure how to come, not sure what to say, not sure what you feel, that is received too. The story makes room for all of it, and so does He. Come however you come, you will be received. The house in Bethany after Lazarus came out. I think about what that evening was like. The mourners who had come to grieve were now witnesses to something they didn't have language for. People who had watched Jesus weep were now watching Lazarus eat dinner. The same man they had come to mourn, sitting at a table, alive. The house must have had a quality to it that was different from any ordinary evening. Not loud. Exactly. Not the noise of a celebration that has been planned. Something quieter, stranger, more interior. The quality of a room where something impossible has happened, where the categories have been rearranged, where everyone present knows that what they assumed about how the world works, about death being final, about 4 days being too late, about the boundary of hope being where it always was. None of that is accurate anymore. The house in Bethany that evening held people who were rethinking everything, not anxiously, with wonder. The wondering that comes after the impossible, the slow recalibration of what you thought you knew. Lazarus was at the table, and nothing was the same. Tonight, whether you have witnessed your own miracle, or whether you are still waiting for yours, Let something of that rethinking be available to you. The categories that have felt fixed about what is possible, about where the boundary of hope is, about what 4 days means, they are not as fixed as they feel. The story of Lazarus says so. Directly, they are not fixed. The one who calls the dead out of the tomb does not operate within the same boundaries you do. Let that be enough to wonder about. For a moment, before sleep, the categories are not fixed. The 4th day is where the story begins. And you, whatever you are waiting for, however long you have been waiting, are not too late. A prayer for tonight, not a formal prayer, just talking to the one who wept. Lord, you stood at a tomb and wept. Before you spoke a word, before you did anything, you stood there and felt it. The grief that was in the air, the specific love for a specific person, the cost of death in a world that was not supposed to have it. You wept. Tonight, I bring you the grief in this room. Whatever the person lying here is carrying, the loss that doesn't have a clean shape, the prayer that wasn't answered the way they needed, the 4-day situation they have stopped letting themselves hope about. Enter it, the way you entered the grief in Bethany, not from outside, from inside. Be moved. Be present. Weep if that is what love requires. And then, in your time, in the way that only you can see from where you stand, speak. Call the thing that is dead back to life. Call the hope that went into the tomb back out of it. The name of whatever needs to be called. You know it. You have always known it. Speak it. Lazarus, come out. In whatever form those words need to take for the person lying here tonight. Come out. Be unbound. Walk. And for tonight, for this specific, dark, quiet night, simply be the one who weeps first, who enters first, who is present before the miracle. Be that. It is enough, more than enough. The deepening of the night. If you have been here a while, if the story has been moving through you, and the room has grown quieter, and your breath has slowed, the night is doing what it does. It deepens, not darker exactly, just more itself, more night-like. More the specific thing that night is, which is different from any other time. In Bethany that night, the night after Lazarus came out of the tomb, the house would have eventually grown quiet, the mourners would have left. Mary and Martha would have sat with their brother, probably close to him, probably reluctant to let too much space exist between them and the one they had just watched die and come back. The specific tenderness of that. The way you hold someone more carefully after you've almost lost them. Lazarus would have been tired in a way that no one has ever been tired before. Probably the tiredness of someone who came back from somewhere, and sleep would have come to that house after the impossible day. Sleep, the most ordinary thing, after the most extraordinary thing. Lazarus, the man raised from the dead, closed his eyes and slept. And in the morning he woke up, as people do, as you will, after this night, the ordinary miracle of waking, after the dark, after the sleep, you will wake, and the day will be there, and the one who stood at the tomb will be there, and whatever is being worked in the invisible places, whatever 4-day miracle is in process, will be one day closer. Sleep now. The night is deep, and the morning is coming, just as it came for Bethany, with Lazarus at the breakfast table, alive. The body now, very heavy. Let it be. The head on the pillow, heavy. All the thinking it has done today, all the processing, let the pillow receive it. The face, soft. The lines of the day releasing from around the eyes, from the forehead, from the jaw open, soft, the mouth slightly parted, the breath coming easily, the neck and shoulders released, the shoulders that have been up slightly all day. Let them drop now, all the way down, the blades of the shoulders resting against the bed, the arms, long and heavy, not reaching for anything, the hands, open, empty, the hands that held things all day, that worked and typed, and carried, open now, resting, the chest, rising gently with each breath, falling, the ribs expanding slightly, the body doing what bodies do in the night, the work of rest, the belly, soft. no longer held in, rising and falling freely, the back pressed against the mattress, the full length of the spine resting, no longer supporting anything, the legs heavy, warm, the tiredness of legs that carried you through the day settling into them now, fully, the feet still, the feet that walked today, done walking, resting, all of you, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet, heavy, warm, still, in the dark, in the room, in the presence of the one who weeps before he speaks. Who is here tonight, in this, simply here, one more time through the story, the slowest one, a village called Bethany, a man named Lazarus, two sisters, Martha and Mary, the message, Lord, the one you love is sick, the 2 days of waiting, Lazarus dying, the 4 days, Jesus arriving, Martha on the road. Lord, if you had been here, did I not tell you? I am the resurrection and the life. Do you believe this? Yes. Lord, I believe. Mary falling at his feet. Lord, if you had been here, the same words, a different posture. Jesus seeing her weep. Jesus seeing the mourners weep. Deeply moved, greatly troubled. Where have you laid him? Lord, come and see. And Jesus wept. See how he loved him. The tomb, the stone. Take away the stone. Lord, he has been dead 4 days. There will be an odor. Did I not tell you? The stone removed. The prayer of thanks. Father, I thank you that you have heard me. And then the voice, loud, Lazarus, come out. The man who had been dead for 4 days, coming out, still bound, still wrapped, alive. Jesus, unbind him and let him go. The unbinding, the freedom. Lazarus, alive, at the table. Let the whole story rest in you now, not as something to understand, as something to receive. The weeping, the voice, the coming out, the unbinding, the life, yours, tonight. Even if you are still at the 4-day mark, even if the stone has not yet moved, even if you are still in the tomb, the voice knows your name, and the coming out is real. It is already real, even before it is visible. Sleep. Good night. The one who wept at the tomb is here. He sees what you are carrying. He is moved by it. And in his time, at the exact right moment, the fourth day moment when the miracle is most visible and most undeniable, he will speak your name, and you will come out, and you will be unbound, and you will go free. Think about what it was like to be Lazarus. We never hear his voice in the story. Not once. He doesn't say anything before he dies. And he doesn't say anything when he comes out. The Gospel of John, which tells this story in more detail than any other account, gives us Martha's theology and Mary's tears and the crowd's divided opinion and the disciples' confusion, but Lazarus himself is silent. He is spoken about. He is spoken to. He is wept over and mourned and finally called back. But he doesn't speak, which is interesting, because sometimes the one at the center of the miracle is not the one doing the most talking. Sometimes the one who is being healed or raised or restored is the quietest person in the room. The ones around them, the sisters, the community, the skeptics, and the believers, they fill the space with words, with grief and theology, and questions and wonder. And the one at the center is simply there, present in their own transformation, not narrating it, living it. Maybe there are no words for what Lazarus experienced. Maybe the 4 days are something that can't be put into sentences. Maybe the hearing of his name, "Lazarus, come out." And the response to it, the movement toward the entrance, the crossing back from wherever he had been, maybe that is the kind of thing that stays wordless. There is something right about that. The deepest things often do. If you have been through something that is difficult to put into words, a loss, a recovery, a season that changed you in ways you haven't fully articulated, you have something in common with Lazarus. The experience exceeds the language, and that is okay. You don't have to put it into words tonight. You only have to be here, in the room, in the dark, in the presence. Wordless is fine. After Lazarus came out, many of the people who had come to be with Mary believed in Jesus. Not all of them. The gospel is honest about this. Some went to the Pharisees and reported what had happened, and the religious authorities began to plot. A man walking around alive after 4 days in a tomb was politically inconvenient, but many believed because they were present, because they had watched the impossible happen, because they had been standing there when the stone was removed, and the voice was spoken and the wrapped man walked into the light. They believed because they saw. You may be in a different position. You may not have seen the miracle yet. You may be in the 6 days before it, in the house in Bethany, watching and waiting, looking at the road. But consider this: the people who believed were not special. They were not more spiritually prepared than the others. They were simply the ones who didn't leave, who stayed with Mary and Martha through the mourning days, who were present when the stone was removed. Being present is its own kind of faithfulness. Staying in the story, not giving up, not walking away, not letting the grief, or the confusion, or the long wait be the reason you stop showing up. That is something. It positions you to witness what happens next. Whatever happens next in your story, whatever the miracle looks like when it comes, you want to be there for it. So stay. Show up tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Be present for what is coming, even when you can't see it yet, even when the stone still seems very much in place. Stay. The ones who stayed in Bethany believed. There is something about the way John tells this story that I want to point out. He keeps repeating certain phrases. The same words come back again and again, almost like a poem. The one you love is sick. The one you love. Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. Jesus loved them. Mary, when she came to Jesus, fell at his feet, which is exactly the posture she had before. when she sat at his feet to listen. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." Both sisters say exactly the same words. The repetition is deliberate. John is doing something with language, not by accident but by design. He is weaving certain threads through the whole story, so that when you reach the end, you can trace them back to the beginning and see how they were always there. The love, the feet, the words. This is what good storytellers do. And John was a good storyteller because he was telling a true story about real people, his friends, people he had sat with, people he had watched grieve and be transformed. Tonight, in your own story, the threads are there too, even when you can't see the pattern yet, even when you are in the middle of the story, not at the end where the threads become visible. They are there. The love that was woven in from the beginning, the presence that has been constant, the something that has been running through the whole thing. You can't always see it from the inside, but it is there. Like the structure of a story you're still living. Trust the thread. I want to talk about the smell. Martha said, "Lord, by this time there will be an odor. He has been dead 4 days." This is the most real sentence in the story, the most specific, the most uncomfortable. She wasn't being difficult. She wasn't lacking faith. She was saying what was true. When something has been dead for 4 days, there is an odor. This is not a spiritual statement. It is a physical one, a medical one. The simple fact of decomposition. And yet, Jesus asked for the stone to be removed anyway. The miracle was going to happen in the presence of the smell, not after the smell was gone, not once the situation had become more palatable. In the middle of it, with the full reality of 4 days dead present. This is important. God does not wait for your situation to become presentable before He acts. He does not require that the difficult things be cleaned up first. He does not operate only in the rooms that smell nice. He removes the stone from the situation that is most obviously beyond hope, most obviously too far gone, most obviously past the point where anyone would think to hope, and speaks in the presence of the smell. This is good news. Whatever your 4-day situation looks like, however far gone it seems, however uncomfortable it would be to even suggest that it could come back, the stone can be removed, even from that, especially from that. The miracle happens in the presence of the impossible, not around it, in it. Sleep in that. Your most impossible situation is exactly where this story is pointing. Let me tell you about the village after Lazarus came out, after the crowd dispersed, after the initial shock and wonder. The village of Bethany became a different place, not a dramatic different. Life continued. People went back to their daily routines. The crops needed tending. The markets needed to be visited. Children needed meals. But everything had a slightly different quality, because the village had a man in it who had been dead and wasn't. Who sat at the table at dinner? Who laughed at something someone said? Who woke up in the morning? Lazarus. Just being there changed the quality of everything around him. His ordinary presence after the extraordinary event was its own ongoing testimony. Every day that he woke up was a day that said, the story I told you about the tomb and the voice and the coming out, that story is true. I am living evidence of it. Not because he was doing anything dramatic, just because he was there. There is something in that for tonight. The ordinary days after a miracle. The ones that don't feel miraculous. The ones that are just Tuesday. Those days matter. The fact of your being here, breathing in this room tonight, is its own testimony. Whatever you have come through, whatever didn't finish you when it could have, whatever 4-day situation you are on the other side of, you are Lazarus at the dinner table, simply being here, simply breathing, simply present. which is everything. Martha served. This is another moment that is easy to miss. 6 days before the Passover, Jesus came again to Bethany. There was a dinner for him there. Lazarus was at the table, and Martha served. Martha served. After everything, after the days of grief and confusion, after watching her brother die without the help arriving, after the 4 days, after the miracle, she served. This is who Martha was, not performing, not proving something, simply doing what she did, caring for people through action, through practical love, through making sure everyone had what they needed. The grief and the miracle had not changed who she was at the core. They had, perhaps, deepened it, added to it a knowledge of what it cost to trust when trust was hard, a memory of what it felt like to say, "Even now I believe," and mean it on the road before the stone was removed. But she was still Martha, still serving, and there is something quietly profound about that. The deepest transformation doesn't usually make you into a different person. It makes you more fully the person you always were. Martha served, more truly Martha than ever. Whatever you are, whoever you are at your core, the experiences that have shaped you haven't taken that away. They have, perhaps, made you more fully yourself, more truly the person you were made to be. And Mary took a pound of expensive ointment made from pure nard and anointed the feet of Jesus and wiped his feet with her hair. The fragrance filled the house. This is the scene that follows the miracle. Mary, who had fallen at Jesus' feet in grief, who had said, "Lord, if you had been here," that Mary now pours a year's wages worth of perfume on those same feet. The fragrance filled the house. This extravagance was her response, not to the miracle exactly, to the presence, to the one whose feet she had fallen at, whose weeping she had witnessed, whose voice had called her brother out. The fragrance was not a thank you in the ordinary sense. It was more than that. It was the pouring out of the most valuable thing she owned. Not because it was required, because it was the right response to what she knew about the one sitting with her. There are moments in life when the ordinary response is not enough, when the right thing to do is lavish, extravagant, the pouring out of something costly. Mary knew, and she poured it out, and the fragrance filled the whole house. Tonight, whatever gratitude you carry for what you have been given, for what you have come through, for the ordinary miracle of being alive and breathing in this room, let it be felt. You don't have to do anything with it tonight. Simply feel it. The gratitude that doesn't fit in ordinary language. The love that would pour out something costly if it had the chance. Let it exist in you, quietly, as the sleep comes. The fragrance is real. The deep hours of the night. You have been here a while now. The story has moved through you. The village of Bethany. The message. The 2 days. The 4 days. The weeping. The stone. The voice. The coming out. The unbinding. All of it is somewhere in you now, not as information, as something more bodily than that. The way a story that touches something real settles in, below the level of thought, into the place where the things that matter actually live. And now the room is very quiet. The night outside, whatever the night outside sounds like from where you are, is doing what nights do, being itself, patient, unhurried, moving in the direction of dawn without rushing. Let the room be quiet. Let the night be what it is. Let your breath find the pace it wants. which is slower than you think, slower than the day allowed. The long, slow breath of a body that has finally decided to stop performing and simply be. In, out, in, out. The story of Lazarus is not about death. It is about life. The life that persists through death. That comes back from it. That is stronger for having been through it. You are alive. Tonight. In this room. In this breath. And the one who called Lazarus out of the tomb knows your name as specifically as he knew his. Lazarus. Your name. It is known. You are not anonymous to him. You are not one of many. You are the one you love. The specific, particular, known by name you. He knows you. And whatever is in the tomb, whatever 4-day situation, whatever sealed stone, whatever impossible thing, it is not unknown to him. It is seen, and in his time, the 4th day time, the beyond hope time, the exactly right moment time, he will speak, and the stone will move, and the tomb will open, and the dead thing will come back to life. This is what he does, not what he occasionally does. What he does, sleep in that certainty, even if you can't feel it tonight, even if the stone is still very much in place. It is what he does. And he knows your name. One more prayer for the long waiters, for the ones who have been in the house in Bethany for longer than 4 days, for the ones whose prayer was sent a long time ago, and the answer still hasn't come, for the ones who have started to wonder if the message got through at all. Lord, you stayed 2 more days. You stayed when they needed you to come. You stayed because you loved them. And the staying was the setup for the greater miracle. I don't understand that fully. I suspect none of us do. From inside our own 6 days. But I bring it to you tonight. The person lying here has been waiting. Maybe for something specific. Maybe for something they can't fully name. But waiting. In the kind of waiting that requires you to choose. Each morning. To still believe. Lord. Meet them the way you met Martha on the road, with the direct engagement their questions need. I am the resurrection and the life. Do you believe this? Let them find the yes that is still there, underneath the grief and the confusion. Even now, I believe. And meet them the way you met Mary, with the tears before the fix, with the presence before the explanation, with the willingness to be moved before you are willing to act. Be moved by what is in this room tonight. Be present in it. And then, in your time, at the 4th day moment, At the point when the miracle is most undeniable, speak, Lazarus, come out. Speak their name, the one who is waiting in this room, the one you love, the one for whom the miracle is being calibrated. Speak, and let them come out, and be unbound, and go free. The stone is not forgotten, and the voice that called Lazarus out is the same voice that knows your name. The return to the beginning. Come back to Bethany one more time. Not the tomb, the village, the small place on the road to Jerusalem, where 3 people lived who Jesus loved. Martha, who organized things and served, and ran out to meet him on the road. Mary, who sat at his feet and poured out her most expensive possession. Lazarus, who was dead and came back to life and sat at the dinner table. 3 ordinary people in an ordinary village who experienced the most extraordinary thing, not because they were especially religious, not because they were especially important in the political or social order, but because they were loved, specifically, by name, with the specific love that noticed their different personalities, and met each one where they were. Martha needed the theology. Mary needed the presence. Lazarus needed the voice. Different things. The same love. What do you need tonight? If you are Martha, the question, the direct engagement, the even now I believe, it is here. The I am the resurrection and the life is here. The do you believe this is here? And the answer, your answer, whatever it is, however fragile, is received. If you are Mary, the presence, the weeping alongside, the being moved before being fixed, it is here. The tears are real. The entry into the grief is real. You do not have to be alone in it. If you are Lazarus, in the tomb, needing the voice, past the boundary of what anyone would think to hope for, the voice is here. The name knowing is real. The coming out is coming. Whichever one you are tonight, you are in Bethany, where 3 people lived who Jesus loved, and you are one of them. The final stillness, your breath, now is the whole world, in, out. Everything else has quieted. The thoughts that were moving when you first lay down, where are they now? Softer, further apart, less insistent. The room is dark and quiet and full of the particular presence that is always here and is most perceptible when everything else has quieted. The one who wept at the tomb, who spoke into the stone, who called the name, who said unbind him and let him go. He is in this room, not as theology, as presence, as the specific, particular, real company of someone who knows your name and who has been in this room all along, through the beginning of this story, and through all the words that followed, and through the deepening of the night, and through this final stillness, here, with you, the one you love, which is also how he thinks of you, the one I love. You sleep. The stone will move. The voice will speak. The name will be called. And the life will come back from wherever it went. But tonight, simply this, the one who loves you, here, in the dark, watching over the night. Good night, dear friend. Good night. Lazarus, come out, which is also, you, come out. Come out of whatever tomb has held you. Come out into the light. Be unbound and go free. The miracle is real, and it is yours. Good night. There is a small detail in the story that most people never notice. After the miracle, the chief priests held a council. They were worried, not because the miracle hadn't happened. They couldn't deny the miracle. Too many people had witnessed it. The man who had been dead for 4 days was walking around the village of Bethany eating dinner and talking to people. The evidence was alive and breathing and too visible to simply dismiss. They were worried because of what the miracle was doing to people. Everyone who sees him believes in him. And so, the chief priests made a plan, not just to stop Jesus, to kill Lazarus, to put Lazarus back in the tomb. Because Lazarus, simply by being alive, was drawing people toward the one who had raised him. His ordinary presence was testimony. His daily waking up was evidence. Every morning that Lazarus opened his eyes, the story he told was, "What I know about Jesus is this. He called me out of 4 days of death. Make of that what you will." He didn't have to say anything. He just had to be alive. And that was enough. This is one of the strangest and most moving parts of the whole story. The thing the authorities wanted to silence was not a speech, not a movement, not an argument, a life. They wanted to silence a man who was simply alive. Because a life that has come through the impossible is its own kind of testimony. It cannot be argued with. It cannot be strategically countered. It simply exists. And people see it. And some of them believe. Your life, whatever it has been through, whatever tombs it has come out of, is its own testimony in that way. Not because you say anything, because you are here, because you woke up this morning, because something that could have finished you didn't, and the people around you, over the long course of years, see that. And some of them are quietly moved by it, without your even knowing. Just as Lazarus had no idea what his walking around the village was doing to the people who saw him, you may not know either. But the life is testimony. It always is. Here is something worth thinking about as you drift toward sleep. The raising of Lazarus was the last major miracle before the crucifixion. It was the thing that, more than any other single event, pushed the religious authorities toward the decision to arrest Jesus. The miracle that demonstrated his power over death. Most clearly was the miracle that led most directly to his death. The thing he did for love, going back to Bethany, knowing the danger, knowing what it would cost, became the trigger for what came next. He raised Lazarus knowing what it would cost him. He wept at the tomb and spoke the word, and called the dead man back to life, knowing that this act, more than any other, would seal the decision against him. And he did it anyway, because Lazarus was in the tomb, because Mary had fallen at his feet, because Martha had said, "Even now I believe," because they were the ones he loved. And love, when it is real, when it is the kind that weeps before it fixes, the kind that enters grief before it resolves it, love does not make calculations about what it will cost. It simply does what love does. He went back to Bethany. He removed the stone. He spoke the name, and he paid the price for it, not as a mistake, as a choice, the choice of someone who loved. Tonight, whatever the cost of the love in your own life has been, this is the sheep it comes from, not a distant, theoretical love that watches from safe distance and sends good wishes. The love that goes back to Bethany, that removes the stone, that speaks the name, and pays whatever that costs. You are loved like that. something about the village of Bethany itself. It was on the road from Jerusalem to Jericho, the road that descends sharply from Jerusalem down through the Judean hills. The same road where the Good Samaritan story takes place, where a man was beaten and left for dead, and someone crossed to the other side, and someone else stopped. Bethany was at the beginning of that descent, not in Jerusalem, not in the desert of the Jordan Valley below, in the in-between, the place where the city was behind you, but the desert wasn't yet fully ahead, the in-between, where Jesus had friends, where he came to rest between the demands of Jerusalem and the long journeys beyond, where the house was always open, Martha's house, the one she organized and managed and kept ready in the in-between place. This matters because most of us live in the in-between, not at the height of the mountain, not in the deepest valley, somewhere on the slope between them, where the city of what should be is behind us or ahead of us, and the ordinary road is what we're walking. Bethany, the in-between place where Jesus had friends, where he came when he needed to rest, where dinner was served, where the ordinary happened alongside the extraordinary. Your life, with its ordinary days and its extraordinary ones, with its dinner tables and its 2 moments, is Bethany, the in-between where Jesus stops, where he is present, where he eats and rests and weeps and speaks. This ordinary place, this ordinary night, is Bethany, and he is here. Let me tell you what Lord, if you had been here, might mean for your own life. Martha said it. Mary said it. Both of them said exactly the same words. Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. It is one of those sentences that carries more than its surface meaning, because underneath the specific grief about Lazarus, there is a broader grief that most of us recognize. If you had been here when I needed you most, things would have been different. If you had shown up when I called, the loss would not have happened. If your timing had matched mine, I would not be standing at this tomb. Lord, if you had been here, this is the prayer of everyone who has prayed and waited and not seen the answer arrive when they needed it. Everyone who has looked at a situation they trusted God with and watched it deteriorate anyway, Everyone who has asked why, really why, the help didn't come in time. It is the most honest prayer, and both sisters prayed it, and Jesus received it. He didn't correct them. He didn't say, "You're wrong to feel that way." He didn't launch into a theological explanation of why the delay was necessary before he acknowledged the grief. He asked where Lazarus was buried. He wept. He removed the stone. He spoke the word. And afterward, not before, not instead of the grief, but after receiving it, the miracle. The prayer of "if you had been here" was received, and then the presence was demonstrated, not at the moment they wanted, in the moment he chose, which turned out to be a moment that could show something the earlier moment couldn't have shown. If your own "Lord, if you had been here" has gone unresolved, if the prayer is still hanging in the air, still unanswered in the form you needed. It has been received. The weeping is real. The entry into the grief is real. And the timing is being calibrated for the moment that demonstrates the most. There is one more moment I want to spend with you before we reach the final quiet. The moment after the stone was removed, before Jesus spoke. The crowd was there. The smell was real. The stone was pushed aside. The dark entrance to the tomb was visible, and everyone was waiting, not knowing what was about to happen, not knowing what to expect. Some of them, many of them, expecting nothing, assuming this was a moment of final grief, a last goodbye, a painful final look at what death had taken. And some of them, the ones who had watched Jesus heal the blind, who had heard about the water turned to wine, who had some fragment of a reason to believe that this moment was different from what it appeared to be, waiting with a different quality, a holding of breath, a refusal to conclude before the conclusion had actually arrived. That space between the stone being removed and the word being spoken, that is a real space in the life of faith. The space after you have done what you can do, sent the message, opened the window, removed whatever stone was yours to remove, and before the miracle arrives, the holding of breath, the refusal to conclude, the waiting. It is uncomfortable. It asks something of you. It asks you to remain in the uncertainty rather than resolving it prematurely, either by giving up or by forcing an outcome you've arranged yourself, simply to wait in the space between the stone and the word. If you are in that space tonight, if the stone has been removed, if you have done your part, and the word has not yet been spoken, this is for you. The space is real. The waiting in it is faithfulness, and the word is coming, not in your timing, in His, which will turn out to be exactly right. Hold your breath a little longer. The word is coming. Now rest. Really rest. The story has been in you for a while. The village and the sisters, and the 4 days, and the stone, and the voice, and the coming out. All of it somewhere inside you, and the night has gotten quiet around you. Let the quiet be what it is, not emptiness, fullness of a different kind. the fullness that comes when you stop filling the silence with noise and let it be what it actually is, which is not nothing, but something, the presence of the one who weeps, the company of the one who speaks names, the company that has been here all along, that is more perceptible in the quiet. That doesn't need the noise to be real, but is simply more noticeable when the noise stops. Here, in this room, with you, the one you love is sick. That was Mary and Martha's message. And the one he loves, that's you. That message has been sent and received, and the love behind it is real. Let the body go completely now, not partially. Completely, the head given over to the pillow, the shoulders all the way down. the hands open, empty, resting, the breath, its own rhythm, no management needed, simply happening the way it has always happened. The night holding you as it always does, as it has every night of your life, and the presence steady, constant, the same from the first moment to the last, from the weeping at the tomb to the voice in the dark to the stone being moved to the name being spoken, the same here with you tonight. Good night. Sleep deeply. The miracle is real. The name is known. And the coming out, whenever it comes, in whatever form, is coming. Good night, dear friend. Good night. Something I haven't said yet about the question Jesus asked when he saw Mary weeping and the crowd weeping with her. Jesus was deeply moved, and then he asked something. Where have you laid him? He asked. He who knew everything, who had known Lazarus was going to die before the message even arrived, who had said this illness does not lead to death, who had the miracle already prepared. He asked where the tomb was. Why? He knew. He didn't need directions, but he asked anyway, and they said, Lord, come and see. Come and see. He asked because asking was the right thing to do in that moment. Because the people who loved Lazarus needed to be the ones who led him there. Because the journey to the tomb, walking it together, Mary and the crowd, and Jesus, was part of what was happening, part of the honoring. He didn't teleport to the solution. He walked to the tomb with the people who were grieving. He let them lead him there. Lord, come and see. And he came, and he saw, and he wept. There is something in the asking that is profoundly kind. It invited the grieving people to participate, to be more than witnesses, to be the ones who showed him the way. Come and see. They had asked him to come. The message, Lord, the one you love is sick. And now they were showing him where the suffering had led. To here, to this tomb, to this specific sealed stone. Come and see. He came. He saw. And before he did anything else, He wept. The asking was an act of love. The allowing them to lead was an act of love. The walking to the tomb together was an act of love. And the weeping was an act of love. Before anything else, in your own life, when you have brought Jesus to the tomb of something, when you have led him to the specific hard place, the specific loss, the specific sealed stone, he comes, he sees, and the first thing he does is feel it with you, not skip past it. Feel it. Come and see. He sees. The crowd at the tomb was divided, not dramatically, not in open argument, but divided in the way crowds are divided when something inexplicable is about to happen. Some leaning toward belief, some leaning toward skepticism, some genuinely not knowing what they thought. And they were all about to witness the same thing. The same words, the same stone removal, the same loud voice, the same wrapped man walking into the light, identical event, multiple experiences, because what you see depends enormously on what you are looking for. The ones who were looking for a reason to believe saw the miracle. The ones who were looking for something to report to the authorities saw a politically dangerous event. The ones who simply loved Mary and Martha saw the sister's grief become something else. Something that still had grief in it, but was now mixed with something too large for grief to contain alone. You are in the crowd tonight, watching with your own history, your own lens, your own mix of hope and skepticism and love and loss. And the question is not whether the event is real. It is. Lazarus was dead and came back to life. That is the claim of this story. Take it or leave it. But it's what the story says. The question is what lens you are bringing to it, what you are looking for. Tonight, what are you looking for? If you are looking for permission to give up, you can find reasons in the story. The skeptics did. If you are looking for permission to hope, you can find that too. Many did. If you are looking for permission to feel both at once, without resolving them, that is also available. Martha held both. Mary held both. The tears and the yes. Whatever you bring to the story tonight, it is received. Come come with what you have, even if what you have is small, even if what you have is mostly confusion. You are in the crowd, and the word is being spoken. The burial cloths. I want to spend a little more time here because the image stays with me. He came out, still wrapped, still bound, still wearing the clothes of death. The miracle of life was real before the unwrapping. Lazarus was alive, actually, really, undeniably alive, while still wrapped in burial cloths. The life came first, the freedom came after. This is not incidental. It is, I think, one of the most important moments in the whole story. We tend to assume that when someone is made new, when something comes back to life, when a healing happens, when a miracle occurs, it arrives complete, finished. The whole transformation at once. But Lazarus came out wrapped. He had to be unwrapped. The miracle was complete, and the process of becoming fully free of removing what the tomb had put on him was ongoing. This is what new life often looks like from the inside. You are alive, but you are still wearing some of what the tomb wrapped you in. The grief patterns, the fear responses that made sense when you were in danger but don't serve you anymore. The ways of seeing yourself that belong to the dark season rather than the light. These don't fall off automatically when the miracle happens. They are unwrapped, gradually, by hands that love you. Unbind him and let him go. This is both a single event and a long process. The unbinding begins in a moment and continues for a long time. If you are in the process of being unwrapped, if the miracle of life has already happened, but the removal of what the tomb put on you is still ongoing, that is not evidence that the miracle wasn't real. It is the miracle continuing, strip by strip, day by day. Unbind him and let him go. Sleep in that process. The unwrapping continues even in the night, even while you rest. Something about grief. The story of Lazarus is the only place in the Gospels where Jesus weeps. Not when he is betrayed, not when he is arrested, not when he is mocked, or beaten, or crucified, at a tomb, over a dead friend, in the presence of people who loved that friend. He wept there. This tells you something very specific about what grief is and what it deserves. Grief is not something to be resolved as quickly as possible, not something to be efficiently moved through on the way to the better feeling on the other side. Not something to be spiritualized into peace before it has been allowed to be what it is. Grief deserves to be felt, even by the one who knows what comes next, even by the one who is about to speak the word that changes everything. Even Jesus wept first. The correct response to a tomb, even when you know what is about to happen, is tears. Tonight, if you are grieving something, let it be grieved, not indefinitely, not without movement toward what comes after. But tonight, in this room, in this dark, you do not have to be past it yet. You do not have to have resolved it. You do not have to be further along than you are. Jesus wept at the tomb, and only after weeping did he speak. The grief comes first, then the voice, Let your grief be what it is tonight. It is being witnessed. It is being wept over by the one who stood at the tomb of his friend and let the tears come. He is weeping with you, and the voice will come when the weeping is done. The walk back from Bethany. The disciples had been nervous about going to Judea. They knew the danger. The religious authorities had tried to stone Jesus recently, and Judea was their territory. Going back was a risk. Jesus said, "Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I go to awaken him." The disciples, confused, said, "Lord, if he has fallen asleep, he will recover." Sleep restores people. Sleep is what the body does when it needs to heal. They thought he was talking about rest. He was talking about death. But the confusion is interesting because sleep and death look similar from the outside. Both involve the closing of the eyes. Both involve the stillness of the body. Both involve a withdrawal from the ordinary conscious world. The difference is what comes after. From sleep, waking. From death. For Lazarus on that day, also waking, called back by a voice. Tonight, as you move toward sleep, as your eyes close and your breath slows and the world grows quiet, you are practicing something, not death, rest, but the same surrender, the same releasing of consciousness into something outside your control, the same trust that you will be returned. You have done this every night of your life. You have surrendered into the dark and been returned to the light. Every single time. Not once has the morning failed to come. The disciples were wrong about what Jesus meant, but they were right about sleep. Sleep restores people. It does. It will restore you tonight, and the morning will come, as it always does, and you will wake, as you always do, in a room that held you safely through the dark. The word nard. Mary anointed Jesus' feet with pure nard, and the fragrance filled the house. Nard is a plant that grows in the Himalayas. Ancient nard, the real thing, not an imitation, was extraordinarily expensive because of how far it had traveled to reach the Mediterranean world. It arrived in sealed alabaster jars, carried by long trade routes, changed hands many times, priced accordingly. Pure nard, a pound of it, a year's wages for a laborer, poured out on feet, in an act that made no economic sense, in an act that made perfect sense if you understood who the feet belonged to. The feet that had walked to Bethany when walking to Bethany was dangerous. The feet that had stood at the tomb. The feet that had walked toward the grief when others were walking away from it. Those feet, poured over with everything Mary, had a value. The fragrance filled the house. Nard has a warm, earthy, slightly sweet scent. Ancient writers described it as deeply calming. Something about it settled the nervous system, invited the body to release. Let that fragrance be in this room tonight, not literally, but in imagination. Warm, earthy, the scent of something costly poured out in love, the scent of Bethany, of the room where the extraordinary and the ordinary sat at the same table, where Lazarus ate dinner and Martha served, and Mary poured out her most valuable possession, and the fragrance filled the whole house. Let it fill this room, the presence that has been here all along, poured out over tonight, costly, real, fragrant, and now the final quiet. The story has been with you for a long time, all the way from the village of Bethany to the tomb to the voice to the coming out to the dinner table, and the fragrance and the unwrapping. It is somewhere in you now, resting in the places where the things that actually matter live. And the room around you is very quiet, the particular quiet of the deep part of the night, when the world has settled and the breath has found its slowest rhythm, and the boundary between thinking and sleeping has become very thin. You are right at that boundary now, not asleep yet, but very close. This is the good place, the threshold, and the story of Lazarus is the right story to be at the threshold with, because the threshold is its territory, the space between two things, between sealed and open, between dead and alive, between stone in place and stone removed, between the 4 days and the voice. This is where the story lives, at the threshold. And you are at your own threshold tonight, between the day and the night, between the waking and the sleeping, between the carrying of everything and the releasing of it. Cross over. The releasing is safe. The other side of the threshold is sleep, and sleep is the nightly miracle of restoration. The body doing what it knows how to do, the mind releasing what it has been holding, the deep, patient work of being held through the dark. Cross over. The one who called Lazarus out of the tomb is here, at the threshold with you, and the crossing is safe. Good night. Good night, dear friend. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Sleep in the company of the one who weeps before he speaks, who speaks names, who removes stones, who waits for the 4th day, who shows up when he shows up, and whose showing up is always, always worth the waiting. Good night. The stone will move. The name will be called, and the life will come back. But tonight you only have to sleep, which is also a miracle, the nightly miracle. The one you've been receiving your whole life. Let it come all the way. Good night. something I haven't told you yet is the meaning of Lazarus's name. In Hebrew, Eliezer. El, God. Azar has helped. God has helped. That is what his name meant. The man whose tomb the whole story revolves around had a name that means God has helped. Not God will help. Not God might help if the conditions are right. Not God used to help and perhaps will again someday. God has helped. Past tense is a name. This is not a small thing. In the world the Bible comes from, names were not random. They were meaning carried on a person. They were something spoken over someone before they knew what their life would contain. A hope, or a testimony, or a description of something the parents believed to be true about the God they trusted. God has helped, and the man who bore that name died, and was in a tomb for 4 days, and had sisters who sent a message saying the one you love is sick, and had a community of mourners who came to grieve him, and was called back out. God has helped. Every step of the story is inside the name. The help that looked like delay. The help that came on the 4th day. The help that entered grief before it exited it. The help that wept before it spoke. All of it. Help. God has helped. If you have a situation tonight that looks nothing like help, if the circumstances feel like the opposite of being helped, let the name of Lazarus be a strange kind of company. The man whose name meant God has helped spent 4 days in a tomb, and it was still true. Even in the tomb, even in the 4 days, even before the stone moved, God had helped, was helping, would help. The name was not wrong. The circumstances simply hadn't caught up to it yet. Let that be available to you. Whatever your name, whatever the circumstances, there is a help that is being worked out. That was true before you were aware of it. That will still be true in the morning. God has helped. The friendship. I want to end with this, because it is the heart of everything. The story of Lazarus is not a story about a miracle performed for strangers. It is a story about what Jesus did for his friends. People he knew. People whose home he had been in. People whose different personalities he had engaged with over years. Martha with her questions. Mary with her presence. Lazarus with his. Whatever made him Lazarus. Whatever quality it was that made Jesus love him specifically, and walk back into danger to stand at his tomb. Friends, the miracle was not an exhibition. It was an act of love between people who knew each other. And the love went both ways. Martha and Mary believed in him. They sent for him without trying to control what he would do. The message was not a demand. It was trust. The one you love is sick. Come if you can. Come if it makes sense. We are telling you because you are the one we tell things. That is what friendship is. Telling the one you trust the thing that matters most. The one you love is sick, and Jesus came later than they wanted, in the way that was right rather than the way they expected. But he came and wept and spoke because these were his friends. And love does not stay away from the tombs of its friends. tonight. Whatever you have brought to Jesus in the years of knowing Him, or in the first tentative reaching toward Him, or in the exhausted falling at His feet of someone who has run out of other options, you are in the category of people for whom He goes back to Bethany, for whom He crosses into the difficult territory, for whom He stands at the tomb and weeps, for whom He speaks the name. You are not a stranger to Him. You are Lazarus. You are the one He loves. And the tomb, whatever yours has been, is not the last word, because He does not let the last word belong to tombs. Sleep. You are loved like that. And now, truly, the final quiet. Nothing more needs to be said. The story is in you. The presence is here. The name is known. And the night is good. Let your breath be the only movement. In, out, in, out. The slowest pace it has found all night. The body fully given over to the dark, to the rest that restores, to the sleep that is, in its quiet way, its own kind of miracle, the nightly return to life, the crossing over and the coming back. You do it every night, and every morning you are Lazarus at the breakfast table, alive, simply, quietly, remarkably alive. Tonight you cross over, and in the morning you come back, as you always do. Good night, dear friend. Good night. The one who wept at the tomb is with you, in this room, in this breath, in this night. And the morning He has prepared for you is already good. It is already waiting. Sleep until it comes. Good night.